Good evening, everyone, and welcome to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park and Tuesday Night Baseball featuring the Marion Swamp Foxes and your Pineville Porcupines. Thanks for signing in to the broadcast, and we will see you at 7 o'clock for our first pitch. Welcome into Jack D. Hughes Memorial Ballpark. First up for the Marion Swamp Foxes, we see number 26, Joey Current. And that pitch is a little wild and away. It goes into the backstop. Joey looks at number 2, goes by him as a strike. Count is 1-1. Ball's in the dirt. We see a 2-1 count now here. That ball's a little low, so 3-1 count now. And Joey takes first base. That's a walk.
Now batting number 5, Noah Brewer.
Now we see stepping in the right fielder, number 5, Noah Brewer for the Swamp Foxes. Noah watches one go by for strike number 1. And that is cracked to short and to first for out number 1.
Now batting number 20, Caleb Warren.
Now we see the catcher, number 20, Caleb Warren, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. And he watches that one go by for strike number 1. Swamp Foxes have runners in scoring position, 1 on second. And we see a 0-1 count. The pitch is in for strike number 2. See an early 0-2 count. And swing and a miss for out number 2.
Now batting number 9, Scott Archer.
Now we see the left fielder, number 9, Scott Archer, for the Swamp Foxes, up to the plate.
Oh yeah, just not that one charged. What about the 0-2 count? I usually do like a little toss.
2 outs here. Runner on second. Pitch is in. Low inside. So 1-0 count here early. And that is hit to short and thrown. So that's 3 outs. We will see you here when the Pineville Porcupines are up to bat. Hey, welcome back to the broadcast. Leading off for your Porcupines, we see number 8, shortstop, Cameron Farrell. And the pitch is high for ball number 1. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. And it's fouled off behind us in the netting. 1-1 count here to Cameron Farrell. A little high. 2-1 count. That's called strike. Full count now here. Excuse me, even count 2-2. And that is lined in for a hit for the Porcupines. That's going to be a single for Cameron Farrell. Puts the Porcupines on base early here. Now we see right fielder number 27, Lucas Martino, step up to the plate for the Porcupines with man on first. The pitch is in. And it's going to be outside for ball number 1. Cam gets a lead off, and the pitcher throws it back to make sure. 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. And it's a little high. 2-0 count here. And that is fouled off. So we see a 2-1 count here for Lucas Martino. Cameron with a good leadoff at first. And the pitcher tests him again. 2-1 count still here. Here's the pitch. And it's fouled off the right field line. Two count here. And here's the pitch, and it's a little high. So now we see a full count here to Lucas Martino. Runner on first. And Cameron's taken off. But that was a ball anyway. So now we have Porcupines have runners on first and second now. Now we see the catcher, number 21, Jackson Hugas, step up to the plate for the Porcupines. A little meeting on the mound for the Swamp Foxes. Plate resumes. Runners on first and second. And here's the pitch, a little high for ball number 1. Porcupines have runners in scoring position on second. So 1-0 count here. Here's the pitch. A little high for ball number 2. 2-0 count. Count. Runners on first and second. And that is called strike 1. So 2-1 count. And that is in the dirt. So we see a 3-1 count here to Jackson Hugas. Still no outs here for the Porcupines, as that is another walk.
Now that is number 31, Ethan McClain.
So now we see bases loaded here for the Porcupines. No outs. And we see hot hitter number 31, first baseman Ethan McClain, step up to the plate. Can the Porcupines get things going here early? As the pitch is in, and it's a little inside. 1-0 count. Pitch is in a little inside again. See a 2-0 count to Ethan McClain. You can only hope the Porcupines can get something going here early in the first. Here's the pitch. It is hit hard to center, but Center fielder catches it. Still scores in a run here for the Porcupines here early. So Porcupines see a 1-0 lead here early as the runner tagged up. So now runners on the corners for the Porcupines, first and third. And now we see number 34, third baseman Chris Manriquez, step up to the plate. So with one out, the Porcupines score early here as they take a 1-0 lead now. Chris steps up to the plate. And the pitch is in. Little high for ball one. 1-0 count. Runners on the corners. Hopefully the Porcupines can score another run here early in the first. And the pitch is in. He shows bunt. Runner goes. Going home, but he slides in safe at home. So right fielder Lucas Martino scores at home, putting the Porcupines up 2-0 here early in the first. So now we have runner on second in scoring position. And Chris Manriquez steps back up. 2-0 count. Here's the pitch. And it is fouled off. So 2-1 count here to Chris, 1 out. And the Porcupines get on top here early. 2-0. 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. So now we see number 24, second baseman Luis Palillo step up to the plate. Runner still in second for the Porcupines. And the pitch is in for strike one. 0-1 count. And that is another strike for a 0-2 count. So 0-2 count. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that one's in the dirt. Runners will advance. So now Porcupines have runners on third. 1-2 count. 2 outs here in the first. So Lewis steps up back up to the plate. And here's the pitch. Fouled off again. One, 2 count here. And that pitch, it's called strike for the third out. But nonetheless, Porcupines strike first. 2-0 count, or 2-0 score. We will see you in the second as the Swamp Foxes come back up to the plate. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. If you're just tuning in, the Porcupines struck early. 2-0 right now for the Porcupines. As we see the Swamp Foxes step back up to the plate, we see number 29, first baseman Mitch Green. As that ball's a little low for ball number 1. 1-0 count here early. And that ball's in for strike number 1, even count, 1-1. As that ball is cranked down the right field line, that is going to be fair. And Mitch is going for 2. And he is called out, going for 2. So that's out number 1 for the Swamp Foxes here early.
Now batting number 8, George Gustafson.
Now we see designated hitter number 8, George Gustafson, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. As that ball is in the dirt for ball number 1. 1-0 count here, 1 out. As that ball is hit to short and thrown easily to the first baseman for out number 2.
Now batting number 17, Brooks Morrow.
So now we see the shortstop number 17, Brooks Morrow, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. So 2 outs here. Here's the pitch. And that is going to be in for strike number 1. 0-1 count here. And that is hit down the left field line, but foul. So 0-2 count here to Brooks. So the 0-2 count. Here's the pitch. And that's a little bit inside. So now we see a 1-2 count here with 2 outs. As that ball is skied to right, but caught for the 3rd out. So the Porcupines still stay on top, 2-0. As they come back up to the plate for the 2nd time tonight. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the broadcast. If you're just tuning in, Porcupines have a 2-0 lead here. As we see number 33 designated hitter Eli Shanice step up to the plate. as he takes ball one. A 1-0 count for Eli. And pitch is fouled off behind us. So now we see an even 1-1 count here. And here's the pitch. Way high and behind. So we see a 2-1 count that almost hits Eli in the helmet. And here's the pitch. And that is in for strike two, so even count again, 2-2. And that ball is in the dirt. So now we see a full count here for Eli Shanice. So the pitch is called strike number 3, as Eli doesn't like that call. He thought it was a walk. So that's out number 1, as we see the left fielder number 3, Declan O'Hara, step up to the plate tonight. So 1 out here, as that ball is fouled off. 0-1 count. Oh, 1 count. Here's the pitch. And it's a little outside for ball 2. So that's a 2-1 count here to Declan. 1 out, no one on base. The pitch is in. Swing and a miss, so evens up the count, 2-2 here. So even count here, 1 out. As the catcher calls time here. And Declan steps back up to the plate. Here's the pitch. And that is cranked to center for out number 2. So 2 outs here for the Porcupines. Now we see the center fielder, number 11 for the Porcupines, Emerson Monbaron, step up to the plate tonight. So 2 outs, no one on base. Here's the pitch. That's called for strike number 1. Oh, 1 count. Here's the pitch. As that is in for strike number 2. 0-2 count, 2 outs. And that's a ball. So 1-2 count here to Emerson. Here's the pitch. That ball is in the dirt behind us. So that evens up the count, 2-2. 2 outs. Two and 2 count here. And that ball is watched as that is strike number 3, 3 outs. So now we see the Swamp Foxes come back up to the plate. We'll see you next. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park
Number 13, Christian McElroy.
as we see the third baseman, number 13, Christian McElroy, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. If you're just tuning into the broadcast, the Porcupines are on top here first, 2-0. As here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. So now we see an even 1-1 count here to Christian. So that ball is in the dirt, as that makes it a 2-1 count. So Christian watched one go by him. Two and two count. And that was a little outside. So now we see a full count here for Christian. So that ball is a little outside for a walk.
Now batting number 3, Gerald DeBalco.
So now we see center fielder number 3, Gerald DeBalco, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes here tonight. With runner on first, no outs. And Story throws it back to first. But Christian is back safely. Christian has a pretty good lead right now. As Gerald shows bunt there, then thrown back to first. But Christian is sliding in safely there. So now we see a 1-0 count. So Story steps off the mound. So here's the pitch. And that's a strike for an even 1-1 count. As that ball is hit right back to Story. Thrown to second, but it's going to go behind him. So now the Swamp Foxes have runners on first and second here.
Now batting number 26, Joey Curran.
Now we see second baseman, number 26, Joey Current, step back up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes with runners on first and second. No outs here. As Joey shows bunt there. So that's a 1-0 count here. That ball's a little low. So 2-0 count here. Runners on first and second for the Swamp Foxes. Pitch is a little inside. 3-0 count. Will Joey get the green light here to swing, or will he be put on for bases loaded? As here's the pitch, and he watches it go by for strike one, so we see a 3-1 count here. 3-1 count. Here's the pitch. Little inside. So that's a walk. And it loads the bases for the Swamp Foxes. So now we see the right fielder, number 5, Noah Brewer, up to bat for the Swamp Foxes. As there's a meeting on the mound right now with the bases loaded and no outs. So if you're just joining into the broadcast, the Porcupines struck early with a 2-0 lead and hoping it to keep that way, as the Swamp Foxes have loaded the bases with no outs, as Noah Brewer steps back up to the plate after the meeting on the mound. And here's the pitch. A little outside for ball number 1, 1-0 count. As that one is called strike as he watches it go by him to even up the count, 1-1. And that one's a little low. So 2-1 count here. As that one's a little outside. 3-1 count here. So 3-1 count, no outs, bases loaded. And here's the pitch. That is a little low and in the dirt for another walk. And it walks in a run. So now it is a 2-1 lead here for the Porcupines, as bases are still loaded. And we see the catcher number 20, Caleb Warren, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. So no outs, bases still loaded. Here's the pitch. And that's down the middle for strike 1. As that is a chopper down the left field line, but foul. So 0-2 count. Porcupines hoping to get their first out here, and hoping not to ruin this 2-1 lead here. As the 0-2 count. Pitches in. And that is down in the dirt. So we see a 1-2 count here. As the pitch is a little low in the dirt, but he swung on that. So of course, first out of the night. As the bases are still loaded. And we see left fielder number 9, Scott Artzer, step up to the plate. And the pitch is in, but a ball. As that is inside, evens up the count, 1-1. So 1 out here, base is still loaded for the Swamp Foxes. As he goes around on that one for a 1-2 count. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. A little low and in the dirt. Evens up the count at 2-2. So 2-2 count, 1 out. And here's the pitch to Scott. As that is called strike number 3 to record out number 2 here.
Now batting number 29, Mitch Green.
So now we see the first baseman, number 29, Mitch Green, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes with the bases loaded and 2 outs. And that's a swing and a miss for strike number 1. So Story Kimura can only hope to get out of this jam with bases loaded. As the pitch is in for strike number 2. 0-2 count, 2 outs. So 0-2 count. And here's the pitch. As that's a little high. So 1-2 count now. And that is cranked into right field, and that will scores in 1 and gets the other at home. So that ties up the game. But the Swamp Foxes don't get the lead as he is called out at home. So now it's a 2-2 game. 2-2 game here. As we will see you in the bottom of the 3rd as the Porcupines come up to bat. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As we see this top of the lineup here for the Porcupines, we see number 8, the shortstop, Cameron Farrell, step back up to the plate. If you are just tuning into the broadcast, it is a tied 2-2 game here right now. As we see the pitch to Cameron in the dirt. So it's an even 1-1 count now. Here's the pitch, but a little high. So now it's a 2-1 count. So that one is hit to left center, and it's going to drop for a base hit for Cameron Farrell. So he leads off and puts one on for the Porcupines. Runner at first now. As we see the right fielder, number 27, Lucas Martino, step up to the plate with a runner on first. And Cameron Farrell takes off and steals second, and he is in there safely. That puts Porcupines in scoring position as Cameron Farrell still second. So now Lucas steps back up to the plate with a 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. And that is in for strike. That evens up the count 1-1. So 1-1 count, no outs, runners in scoring position. As Cameron has a pretty good leadoff. Looks back, but there's no one to throw it to. Cameron has pretty good leadoff. And here's the pitch to Lucas. As that is outside for ball number 2, making it a 2-1 count. So 2-1 count to Lucas. Here's the pitch. As that is skied high. And shortstop will take it for out number 1.
Now batting number 21, Jackson Hughes.
So with one out there, we see number 21, the catcher, Jackson Hughes, step up to the plate with runner on second. As that ball is going to be high for ball number 1. So 1-0 count. Cameron Farrell having a good leadoff there at second. As here's the pitch, and that is lined to left. That is going to be caught for out number 2.
Now batting number 31, Ethan McClay.
So with 2 outs here, we see the first baseman, number 31, Ethan McClain, step up to the plate. With Cameron Farrell still on second. That's strike number 1. And here's the pitch. And that is going to be fouled off. And almost caught. So Ethan McClain plays his college ball at Belmont Abbey College. And he is from Blacksburg, South Carolina. Had an amazing game here last Thursday as he cranked a home run for the Porcupines with their win. And here's the pitch. And he hits it right back up to the pitcher, making that out number 3. But it is still a 2-2 game here as the Swamp Foxes will step back up to the plate. And we will see you then. Welcome back to the broadcast in the top of the fourth inning as we see number 8, the designated hitter, George Gustafson, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. If you are just joining into the broadcast, it is a tied game 2-2 right now. As here's the pitch. And he takes strike number 1. So early 0-1 count here. As that ball is fouled off, making it an 0-2 count. As that ball is shot back up to the pitcher and easily thrown to first, making it out number 1.
Now batting number 17, Brooks Morrow.
So with 1 out, we see the shortstop number 17, Brooks Morrow, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. As that is in for strike 1. And that one's a little inside, even up the count, 1-1. So 1-1 count here, 1 out. As that is a little outside to Brooks, making it a 2-1 count here. And that's a swing and a miss, evening up the count, 2-2. So 2-2 count to Brooks. Here's the pitch. As that is a little inside, making it a full count. So full count here to Brooks. Here's the pitch. And he watches it go by him for 2 outs.
Now batting number 13, Christian McElroy.
So with 2 outs, now we see the third baseman, number 13, Christian McElroy, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. As that is hit foul. So 1 count early. As that pitch is a little outside, evening up the count, 1-1. So 1-1 count. Here's the pitch, as that is cranked to second. But easy out, retiring the side. That's 3 outs. So score stays the same, 2-2. We will see the Porcupines up to bat in the bottom of the 4th. We'll see you then. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As the Porcupines step back up to the plate, we see the third baseman, number 34, Chris Manriquez. As that is high for ball one. 1-0 count here. As that is hit hard to third, and he can't handle it, so put a Porcupine on base.
Now batting number 24, Luis Palillo.
So with runner on first, we see number 24, second baseman Luis Palillo, step up to the plate. As that ball is hit, and that is going to be in past the shortstop. So that puts Porcupines on base early here with no outs. Runners on first and second.
Now batting number 33, Eli Shanice.
And with no outs, runners on first and second, we see the designated hitter, number 33, Eli Shanice, step up to the plate. As that is in for strike number one. Porcupines jump on the Swamp Foxes here early in this inning, putting guys on first and second quick, back-to-back batters. As that is called strike, evening up the count 1-1. So 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. As that is hit sharply to the pitcher, that is caught, thrown to first, making it a double play.
Now batting number 3, Declan O'Hara.
So Porcupines still have runner in scoring position on second, as we see the left fielder, number 3, Declan O'Hara, step up to the plate. With 2 outs here after that double play. As that is a little outside for ball one, 1-0 count. As that's a little low for a 2-0 count. Chris Manriquez still on second, has a pretty good leadoff right now. No one there to get him back to second, as here's the pitch to Declan. It's in the dirt. So we see a 3-0 count here now, as there's going to be a meeting on the mound for the Swamp Foxes. Quick meeting to talk things over, as play now resumes, and Declan is stepping back up to the plate here with a 3-0 count. Will Declan get the green light here to swing? .30 count to Declan. Runner on second. 2 outs. Here's the pitch. As he watches that go by him for strike number 1, making it a 3-1 count. And that is outside for a walk. Puts runners on first and second here for the Porcupines with 2 outs. So 2 outs, runners on first and second. And we see the center fielder, number 11, Emerson Mountbaron, step up to the plate for the Porcupines.
Did you play two? This is high school.
As that is a little low for ball one. So 1-0 count, 2 outs.
What did you play?
Here's the pitch.
Did you?
Swing and a miss to even up the count, 1-1.
You had a shoulder problem there?
And that pitch is low and in the dirt to Emerson. So that makes it a 2-1 count.
Yeah. Did you see that? Yeah. I was just this off the catcher. Umpires did that. Umpires did that to me too. They don't make it that obvious.
So 2-1 count. Here's the pitch. As that is called strike, evening up the count at 2-2. So now it's a 2-2 count, 2 outs, runners on first and second for the Porcupines. Here's the, looks like the pitcher looks back at second, but no one's there to throw it to. So the 2-2 count. Here's the pitch to Emerson. Swing and a miss. That's 3 outs. So the score remains the same, 2-2, as the Swamp Foxes step back up to the plate. So we will see you then. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Ballpark as the Swamp Foxes step back up to the plate. We see center fielder number 3, Gerald DeBalco, step up to the plate. And if you were just tuning into the broadcast, the score is still tied 2-2. As here's the pitch, Gerald shows bunt. It was fouled in the box. So that's a 0-1 count here early. So Gerald steps back up to the plate. And that's a ball. So that's a 1-1 count now. As that is in for a strike, making it a 1-2 count. As that is in the dirt. evening up the count at 2-2. So 2-2 count, no outs, nobody on base. Here's the pitch to Gerald, as that is hit hard to short. But what a play, as it is thrown to first, make out number 1. So what a play by number 8, Cameron Farrell, to throw it to Ethan McLean to make out number 1 here. As we see the second baseman, number 26, Joey Current, step up to the plate, taking strike number 1, 0-1 count. As that hits him in the head area. We can only hope that Joey's okay here. So we can only hope that Joey Current is okay, as that hits him in the neck area.
I didn't even realize that, dude. We should have one. Yeah, all the fish. Obviously, no, that's not. I got pop at the check. Damn. I know.
Awesome to see Joey stand up here. So as the trainer checks in on Joey Current, as he was hit high with a pitch, looks like he's on his feet. He'll be all right. We'll take a short break. We'll be back here shortly. See you then. So welcome back to the broadcast. Good to see number 26, Joey Current, after being hit by a pitch. Walked it off back into the dugout. Good to see that he's all right. So as they still take a little break to organize things and make sure that he's all right, we see number 5 step up to the plate, right fielder Noah Pruer, with runner on first. And Story steps off the mound for a sec. As that is a little high, making a 1-0 count here with 1 out. Runner on first. And it's a little outside. 2-0 count. So 2-0 count. Runner on first. Here's the pitch. As that is a little low. So now 2-1 count here. 1 out. Runner on first. And here's the pitch to Noah, as that's a swing and a miss, evening up the count at 2-2. Speaking of 2-2, if you're just joining into the broadcast, it is a tied ball game here right now, 2-2. And here's the pitch to Noah, a little high, making it a full count here for Noah Pruer. Full count. Here's the pitch. Runner goes. As he is in there safely at second. And that was a walk. So now that puts runners on first and second for the Swamp Foxes, as we see a meeting on the mound here. For pitcher Story Kimura. And that looks like that is going to be Story's Kimura's night, as he takes an exit here in the 5th inning. As we still see a meeting on the mound. We'll see who the next Porcupine pitcher is, and it looks like it's going to be number 4, Colby Helms. Steps on the mound here tonight for the Porcupines here in the 5th. As he takes a couple warm-up pitches. So 1 out here. Still a 2-2 ball game here. Beautiful night for baseball here in Pineville, North Carolina, as the weather has been amazing. No rain in the forecast. And the sun just set here in Pineville. So we see number 4, Colby Helms, new pitcher on the mound for the Porcupines, taking a couple warm-up pitches before we resume play here. So the Swamp Foxes still have runners on first and second, 1 out. And we see the catcher, number 20, Caleb Warren, up to bat here for the Swamp Foxes. As that ball is fouled off, making it an 0-1 count. So 0-1 count, 1 out. Here's the pitch. And that is called strike. 0-2 count here. So here's the pitch. Called a little high. 1-2 count. 1 out. Runners on first and second. So as Caleb steps back up to the plate here, it's going to be a little inside, and runners do advance. So that evens up the count at 2-2. Runners advance for the Swamp Foxes, putting them in a scoring position. So runners are now on second and third. So 1 out. We see Caleb step back up to the plate. And here's the pitch. As that is hit sharply down the first base line. And that barely sneaks in for fair, as he is in for a double. And that scores in 2 runs for the Swamp Foxes, making it a 4-2 game now. So now that hit makes it a 4-2 game. Swamp Foxes, 1 out. Runner still in scoring position as they have a runner on second. And now we see number 9, the left fielder, Scott Artzer. As that ball is high, making it an early 1-0 count. So that pitch is called a strike, even up the count 1-1. So 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. As that is popped up and caught by the catcher. That's caught by Jackson Hugas for out number 2. So runner still on second. We see first baseman number 29, Mitch Green, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes with 2 outs here. As runner on second takes a pretty good lead. And that ball is hit hard down the left field line, but that is going to be foul. Making it an 0-1 count. So 0-1 count. Colby steps off for a second. Here's the pitch. Little inside. Evens up the count, 1-1. And he went around. So that is strike number 2, making it a 1-2 count here. 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the pitch. And that is a little in, almost hits him, evening up the count, 2-2. 2-2 count. Here's the pitch to Scott. And swing and a miss for strike 3, out 3. As we see the Swamp Foxes take the lead 4-2. And the Pineville Porcupines will come up to bat here in the bottom of the 5th. We will see you next. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As we see the top of the lineup here for the Pineville Porcupines. Stepping up to the plate, we see number 8, the shortstop, Cameron Farrell. So if you were just tuning into the broadcast, the Swamp Foxes took the lead, now 4-2, as Cameron there shows bunt for an 0-1 count here early. Here's the pitch, right back up to the pitcher for an easy toss for out number 1.
Now batting number 27, Lucas Martino.
So with 1 out, we see the right fielder, number 27, Lucas Martino, step up to the plate for the Porcupines. And that is a little high for ball 1, making it a 1-0 count. That one also a little high, making it a 2-0 count now to Lucas. And it's a little low, making it a 3-0 count here to Lucas. Will he get the green light to swing here with a 3-0 count? He does. But that is fouled off. So that now makes it a 3-1 count here to Lucas as he steps back up to the plate. And that is a little outside, so that's a walk. Puts Lucas Martino on first for the Porcupines here with 1 out.
Now batting number 21, Jackson Hughes.
So with 1 out, 1 guy on first, we see number 21, the catcher, Jackson Hughes, up to bat. And that is fouled off. As Lucas Martino was running there, trying to steal second. So now that's an 0-1 count as Jackson steps back up to the plate. And here's the pitch. A little outside for ball one, evening up the count, 1-1. So 1-1 count, 1 out. Runner on first as he throws it back to first to try to check Lucas Martino. So 1-1 count. Here's the pitch to Jackson as that is hit high to right, and it is caught as Lucas Martino gets back to first safely. And makes out number 2.
Now batting number 31, Ethan McLean.
So here in the bottom of the 5th, 2 outs, runners on first for the Porcupines. And we see the first baseman, number 31, Ethan McLean, step up to the plate. That is in for strike 1, making it an 0-1 count here early. As that is a little high. Evening up the count, 1-1 to Ethan McLean. As that ball is a little low, but Lucas Martino still second. So 2-1 count here to Ethan as that ball advanced the runner in scoring position now for the Porcupines. Here's the pitch. And that is called strike, evening up the count 2-2 with 2 outs here, runner on second. So that pitch is hit, and that is far and off the wall. That ball almost went out, but it was off the wall. And it scores in a runner for the Porcupines. So that is a stand-up double for 31 Ethan McLean. That ball almost exited the park. But it does score in a run here, making it a 4-3 score and lead by the Marion Swamp Foxes. As we see the third baseman, number 34, Chris Manriquez, step up to the plate with runners still in scoring position. Here's the pitch. A little outside for ball 1, making it an early 1-0 count. So that ball is in for strike number 1, evening up the count 1-1. Here with 2 outs. Runner on second in scoring position for the Porcupines. Chris steps back up to the plate. Here's the pitch. It's a swing and a miss. So that makes it a 1-2 count now. So that ball is in the dirt Runner is going to advance. Ethan McLean advances to third. So with a 2-2 count, here's the pitch to Chris. So that is a little outside, making it a full count here with 2 outs. So full count here. Here's the pitch. And that is strike number 3 and out number 3. But the Porcupines come back to make it a 4-3 game. Swamp Foxes are up 4. Your Pineville Porcupines 3. And we will see you at the top of the 6th. We'll see you then. Welcome back to this beautiful night here in Pineville, North Carolina at Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As we see the Swamp Foxes take the plate once again. We see number 8 designated hitter, George Gustafson. As that ball is hit hard and passed short into left field for a base hit, putting the Swamp Foxes on base here early. So runner on first. As we see the shortstop, number 17, Brooks Morrow, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. So runner on first, no outs. Here's the pitch. And that is a little inside, almost hits him. So 1-0 count here. As he watches that go down the middle, even up the count 1-1. As that ball is cranked down the left field line. But that is going to be called foul. Almost went fair. That could have been dangerous. So that now makes it a 1-2 count. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. As he watches that go by him for strike number 3, out number 1.
Number 13, Christian McElroy.
So now we see the third baseman, number 13, Christian McElroy, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes with runner on first, 1 out. As he shows bunt. And that rolls all the way down the left field line. and is fair. That was a perfect bunt. They were waiting for it to go foul, but it never did. Rolled all the way down to the third base. So now puts runners on first and second for the Swamp Foxes.
No, it's fair ball. Yeah, that was a perfect ball. Yeah, perfect. Should have got down to the line.
So now we see center fielder Gerald DeBalco up to bat for the Swamp Foxes as he takes ball number 1, making it a 1-0 count. So 1-1 count here.
Oh, man, that's funny. Whoa! I thought you yelled something. I'm not sure you're on. No, I'm letting know what you said.
So 2-1 count here to Gerald. 1 out. So runners on first and second. Here's the pitch. Little low, making it a 3-1 count. So that one's a little high, making it a walk and loading the bases here for the Swamp Foxes with 1 out. Looks like there's going to be a meeting on the mound. Try to calm down Colby Helms, as there's 1 out and bases loaded for the Swamp Foxes. So if you were just joining into the broadcast, the Swamp Foxes take the lead 4-3. And it does indeed look like that is number 4, Colby Helms' last pitch of the night. So we will see who the next Porcupine pitcher will be, as there's still a meeting on the mound right now.
See the dad? Yeah. Like travel ball weekends? Yeah, it's home pack. See the number?
So now after the meeting on the mound, we now see number 16, Britton Adams, step on the mound for the Porcupines here in the top of the 6th inning. As that is the second pitching change tonight for the Porcupines, as Britton Adams will take a couple warm-up pitches, as the Marion Swamp Foxes still have bases loaded with only 1 out. So if you are just joining into this broadcast, we welcome you in this beautiful night here in Pineville, North Carolina, as the Porcupines jumped on top early to take a lead, but is now down 4-3 to the Marion Swamp Foxes. So as we see a pitching change, number 16, Britton Adams on the mound. He will take a couple more warm-up pitches, and then we will resume play here shortly.
Now batter number 2, Christian Riley.
So with bases loaded, we see number 2, Christian Riley, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes with only one out. As Christian shows bunt, making it an early 0-1 count. As Christian shows bunt again. Evening up the count, 1-1. As that is a little inside for ball number 2, making it a 2-1 count. 1 out, bases loaded here. As that ball is watched going by, evening up the count, 2-2. So 2-2 counts to Christian. Here's the pitch. As that is called strike 3. Making it 2 outs here.
Number 5, Noah.
So now we see the right fielder, number 5, Noah Brewer, step up to the plate with bases loaded and 2 outs here in the top of the 6th. And that is hit sharply down the left field line, but foul. So with an 0-1 count, Noah steps back up to the plate. And here's the pitch. As it's a swing and a miss, but down in the dirt. And runners don't advance here to come home. So 0-2 count. We can only hope the Porcupines can get out of this jam here with bases loaded and 2 outs. Here's the pitch by Britton. Little outside, making it a 1-2 count. As Noah calls time, it's like something, look at the gnat or something got in his eye. So after that time called, Noah steps back up to the plate with a 1-2 count. And that is hit hard, but it is caught by right fielder Lucas Martino. To get out of the jam, that is out number 3. And the Swamp Foxes are still up 4-3. As we will see you in the bottom of the 6th. See you next. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As the Porcupines are back up to the plate, we see the second baseman, number 24, Luis Palillo. As that one's a little high, making it a 1-0 count. As that ball is hit in the center, but a sliding catch.
No way!
But that bounced, so that puts Lewis on first. So base hit puts Porcupines on board here early. As we see the designated hitter, number 33, Eli Shanice, step up to the plate with runners on first for the Porcupines. And Eli shows bunt early as that ball goes into the dirt. And Lewis looked like he was going to take off the second, but stays on first. So 1-0 count here to Eli. As it is thrown back to first. But Lewis is there safely to get back. So Eli shows bunt again there. And that is strike to even up the count, 1-1. So 1-1 count to Eli. And here's the pitch. And swing and a miss there, making it a 1-2 count. And that ball is way outside, evening up the count, 2-2. So 2-2 count. Runner still on first. Here's the pitch. So a little low to make it a full count here. Full count, no outs. Runner on first. And it's a swing and a miss for out number 1. So with 1 out here, we see the left fielder, number 3, Declan O'Hara, step up to the plate. So Declan shows bunt there. So that makes it a 1-0 count. And it's a swing and a miss. But Luis Palillo is caught stealing at second for out number 2. So that evens up the count, 1-1. Now with 2 outs as Declan steps back up to the plate. As that ball's a little high. So we see a 2-1 count now. And that is in for strike number 2, evening up the count, 2-2. With 2 outs. No one on base. And the pitch is a little high. So full count. Full count here with 2 outs. Here's the pitch. And that's a little outside, so that's a walk. Put a man on first for the Porcupines.
Now batting number 11, Emerson Marion.
So now we see a meeting on the mound here for the Marion Swamp Foxes. And after that meeting on the mound, that looks like that's going to be Mason Huffsticklers. Last pitch of the night here in the bottom of the sixth.
His last name is Powell, that's all I know. It's just Pete Powell. It's Pete Powell. What? Preston Powell. Preston?
So welcome back. After that meeting on the mound, we see a new pitcher for the Marion Swamp Foxes. Number 24, Peyton Powell, is now on the mound. And we see center fielder number 11, Emerson Monbaron, up to the plate for the Porcupines. As that ball is in for ball one, 1-0 count. Runner on first for the Porcupines. So 1-0 count here. Here's the pitch as he shows bunt. But that is going to be a strike. But the runner does advance. So 1-1 count. 2 outs. And runner advances in scoring position at second base. That's Declan O'Hara out there at second. As it looks like Declan O'Hara got jammed out there by the base. So it looks like there's going to be a pinch runner. Number 23, Nicholas Curtis, out there on second now as a pinch runner. As we hope to see Declan O'Hara. Hopefully he's all right.
New runner for the Porcupines, number 23, Nick Curtis.
So as we resume play here, we see Emerson step back up to the plate with a 1-1 count. Runner on second and 2 outs. Pitch is fouled off behind us in the netting. making it a 1-2 count now. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. And it is fouled off again. So 1-2 count to Emerson. And here's the pitch. Fouled off again into the netting. Emerson staying alive in the count. So 1-2 count, 2 outs, runner on second. Porcupines hoping to extend the lead here. As that's fouled off again by Emerson. So Swamp Foxes are up right now 4-3. So the Porcupines are hoping to tie this game up here. Here in the bottom of the 6th inning. So Emerson steps back up to the plate with a 1-2 count. And that ball is in the dirt to advance the runner to third. So now we see another meeting on the mound with a 2-2 count here. So as Emerson has been staying alive in this count, he steps back up to the plate with a 2-2 count here. Runner on third. And it is hit hard into left, and it is over the head. Scores in another run for the Porcupines. And that is going to be a stand-up double by number 11, Emerson Monbaron. So stand-up double ties the game now, 4-4. Big hit by Emerson. And with 2 outs, we see the shortstop, number 8, Cameron Farrell, step up to the plate. So runner in scoring position again on second. Here's the pitch. Down for strike number 1. So 0-1 count, 2 outs, runner on second for the Porcupines. Here's the pitch. Little inside and low to even up the count, 1-1. That ball is going to be a little high, making it a 2-1 count. As that ball is low and in the dirt. Now making it a 3-1 count. As that pitch is hit hard to short, but it's going to be thrown in for out number 3. Well, your Pineville Porcupines do tie up the ball game 4-4 now, as we will see the Swamp Foxes step back up to the plate here in the top of the 7th. We will see you then. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park, as the Porcupines have now tied up the ball game. It is now 4-4, and we see the catcher number 20, Caleb Warren, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. As that is down in for strike number 1, making it an 0-1 count here early. And that's going to be low to even up the count 1-1. As we see number 16, Britton Adams, still on the mound for the Porcupines. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. That is hit sharply into right, and that will get down for a base hit. So the Swamp Foxes lead off early to put a guy on first base.
Number 9, Scott Arthur.
Now with man on first, we see the left fielder, number 9, Scott Artzer, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. Looks like the Swamp Foxes are going to put a pinch runner in at first. As it looks like the ump and third base coach have a little discussion here.
What fucking number? Looks like number 7.
So as we see Scott step back up to the plate. That's in for strike number 1, 0-1 count to Scott. So 0-1 count. Here's the pitch. It's thrown back to first. But he is there safely. So Scott steps back up to the plate with an 0-1 count. And a big leadoff as it is thrown back to first again. So big leadoff at first. The 0-1 count here. And he thought about taking off to still second. As that evens up the count now, 1-1.
It doesn't matter if he's going or not. He's going off in the zone.
As that's a little outside for a 2-1 count now to Scott. As that is in for strike number 2, evening up the count 2-2. With no outs, runner on first. If you're just tuning into the broadcast, we have a tie score 4-4 here at Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park, as that's a swing and a miss, and runner is caught stealing. So that's 2 outs as runner was caught stealing at second.
Now batting number 29, Mitch Green.
So now with 2 outs, we see the first baseman, number 29, Mitch Green, step up to the plate. So 2 outs. Here's the pitch to Mitch. And that's going to be ball 1, making it a 1-0 count. That's going to be a little low for a 2-0 count now. As that is down for a strike 1, making it a 2-1 count here. As that is high and outside. Now making the count 3-1 count. So 3-1 count here, 2 outs, no one on base. Here's the pitch. As that is skied high to left. Who wants it? No one calls it. So that drops in for a sliding second. So a little confusion out there in left field for the Porcupines. Will probably go down as an error, as the Swamp Foxes now have a runner on second in scoring position with 2 outs. And now we see the designated hitter, number 8, George Gustafson. So with 2 outs, runner on second. First pitch is called a strike, making it an early 0-1 count. So 0-1 count here. Here's the pitch. That is fouled off into the netting. Now we have an 0-2 count here. As that looked like that was down the middle, but called ball, making it a 1-2 count now. As George calls time here with a 1-2 count. Steps back up to the plate. 2 outs here, runner on second. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. So 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. As that now evens up the count, 2-2. So now we have a 2-2 count. 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the pitch. As that is fouled off. So now 2-2 counts. Here's the pitch.
What in the heck, dude?
So looked like a strike. Called another ball. So that makes it a full count now with 2 outs.
Who's getting riled up?
As George calls time again.
This guy sucks. Get him. Get him. Get him.
So full count, 2 outs, runner on second. Here's the pitch. And that is called strike 3 for the 3rd out. As Porcupines get out of the jam there. So the score now is 4-4. And we will see you in the bottom of the 7th. Here's the 7th inning stretch. And after that, we will be back here in the broadcast. We will see you then. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As the score stays the same, 4-4. And the Porcupines back up to the plate. We see number 27, right fielder Lucas Martino, step up. As the first pitch is cranked into right center for a base hit. That is an easy stand-up double by Lucas Martino, here to start us off in the bottom of the 7th.
Now adding number 21, Jackson Hughes. Please, for the love of God,
So after that stand-up double, we see number 21, the catcher, Jackson Hughes, step up to the plate.
Dude, this kid's gonna be smoking in the back of it.
Pitch is a little low and in the dirt for ball 1, making it a 1-0 count.
Look out for it. The cross would come off flying. You got that lazy sports mode too. Oh, here we go. It's gonna go right up.
So 1-0 count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss to even up the count. 1-1.
Make it happen. He's about to get caught. They were our age when we were there. Yeah. They are stupid.
And that's a little low for ball number 2, making it a 2-1 count. So 2-1 count. Lucas has a good lead off at second. No outs here. Here's the windup. And here's the pitch. As another swing and a miss to even up the count, 2-2. So 2-2 count for Jackson. As that ball is fouled off. As Jackson tries to stay alive here with no outs. So 2-2 count, runner on second for the Porcupines. That ball is outside, making it a full count here. And that is fouled off, staying alive in a 3-2 count. So full count, runner on second. Here's the pitch to Jackson. As that is sharply hit into right for a base hit. So now runners on the corners. With no outs here, runners on first and third.
Now batting number 31, Ethan McLean.
So with no outs here, runners on the corner, we see the first baseman, number 31, Ethan McLean, step up to the plate. And the runners advance there. So now we have runners on second and third with a 1-0 count to Ethan. As that evens up the count, 1-1 now. As that's a little outside to make the count 1-2. And that's a little outside to even up the count, 2-2. As we see a meeting on the mound now for the Swamp Foxes. Talk things over a little bit with a 2-2 count and no outs. Runners in scoring position. If you're just tuning into the broadcast, we've seen an exciting game here as it's all tied up here at Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park, 4-4. So with a 2-2 count, we see Ethan step back up to the plate. As that's recorded out number 1.
Now batting number 34, Chris Manriquez. See if the coaches sign him.
So with 1 out, runners at second and third, we now see the third baseman, number 34, Chris Manriquez, step up to the plate. As that's a swing and a miss for strike 1, making it an 0-1 count here early. So 0-1 count for Chris. As that is a swing and a miss for strike 2, making it an 0-2 count. As that is a swing and a miss for strike 3, making it 2 outs. So now we see number 24, the second baseman, Luis Paulilo, step up to the plate. As that's a little high for ball number 1, making it a 1-0 count here early. So with 2 outs, runners at second and third, you can only hope that the Porcupines can score in another run to take the lead here.
They should have won. I said, if you want to win this game, ball to ball. Don't turn up with it.
As time is called.
Small is so close. Small balls for the goats. Oh my lord.
So swing and a miss evens it up at 1-1. So that ball is skied into right. It is going to be foul. Making it now a 1-2 count. So 1-2 count here with 2 outs. And here's the pitch. As that is a surprising strike 3 call to make it 3 outs. So the score stays the same, 4-4. as we see the Swamp Foxes take the plate in the top of the 8th. We will see you then. Welcome back here to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park as the score is tied 4-4 and the Swamp Foxes take the plate again. We see the shortstop number 17, Brooks Morrow. As he watches strike one go right by him, making it a 0-1 count here early. And that will be strike number 2, making it a 0-2 count.
You have got to be kidding me. That was on an hour and a half.
So that is called ball, making it a 1-2 count here.
He's fucking awful.
As that is fouled off into the netting. Still making it a 1-2 count.
I can't wait till this kid gets beat in the fucking face. Yeah. Look at him, look at him. He's right in front of here. That ball literally just hit off.
And that ball is fouled off.
Oh!
So 1-2 count here. 1-2 count here for Brooks. Here's the pitch. Fouled off again. Brooks is staying alive in this count. If you're just joining us here in the broadcast, it is a tied game right now, 4-4, in the top of the 8th. It's been an exciting game here in Pineville, North Carolina, as Brooks looks at a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. A little outside to even up the count, 2-2. As that ball is hit down the left field line, but foul.
Tim is running for those balls. It's so funny.
So 2-2 count.
He's so sleepy.
As that is called strike number 3, making it out number 1. So now we see the third baseman, number 13, Christian McElroy, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. As that is a swing and a miss for strike number 1, 0-1 count.
You got it.
So another swing and a miss, making it a 0-2 count. As that ball is down and in the dirt for a 1-2 count now. So 1-2 count, 1 out, no one on base. As that is a swing and a miss for out number 2.
Now batting number 3, Gerald DeMalco.
So now we see the center fielder, number 3, Gerald DeBalco, step up to the plate here with 2 outs. As that's a little low for ball 1, 1-0 count. As he watches that one go by to even up the count at 1-1.
No, you'll see like a random guy in the stands with like a gallon of mayo. He's just like shoving it down his throat. Oh my.
And that's a little outside, making it a 2-1 count. So 2-1 count here, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. As that is called strike to even up the count, 2-2. And that one is fouled out. So fouled off, staying alive, still a 2-2 count here with 2 outs. As Britton Adams looks to put away. As that ball is popped up and it drops in for a hit. So puts runners on first for the Swamp Foxes here with 2 outs. As we see number 14 step up to the plate. And that is hit into right center, and it will drop. So now puts runners on the corners, first and third with 2 outs. So with 2 outs now, we see the right fielder, number 5, Noah Brewer, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. Porcupines hoping to get out of this jam here to keep the score even at 4-all. So here's the pitch to Noah, and runner takes off as that goes by him down the left field line after it was thrown by the catcher, scoring a run by Marion Swamp Foxes. So that now puts Marion at top, 5-4 Swamp Foxes. So after that, runners advance. Now the Swamp Foxes have runner at third. 2 out, 1-0 count. As that ball is hit sharply to short. But that will be thrown for out number 3. So the Swamp Foxes score 1 there to take the lead 5-4. As we will see the Pineville Porcupines come up to bat here in the bottom of the 8th. We will see you then. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As we see a substitution for the Porcupines. Stepping up to the plate, we see number 35, Calder Garris. So if you're just joining us at the broadcast, the Marion Swamp Foxes have the lead right now in the bottom of the 8th, 5-4. As Calder Garris steps up to the plate for the Porcupines. As that is inside for ball one, making it a 1-0 count here early. So with the 1-0 count, here's the pitch. As that is skyrocketed to right, but that is foul. So 1-1 count here now. So that's in for strike number 2, making it a 1-2 count for Calder Garris. A little high and outside. Evens up the count, 2-2. So with the 2-2 count, here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. So that's out number 1.
Batting number 23, Nick Curtis.
So now we see another substitution. We see number 23, Nicholas Curtis, step up to the plate. As he fouls off the first one into the netting behind us. 0-1 count. As that one's a little outside to even up the count, 1-1. As that one is called strike to make it a 1-2 count here. 1 out and nobody on base. As that one's a little outside to even up the count, 2-2. Two and 2 count. Here's the pitch. Little inside. So makes it a full count now here for Nicholas. As that's a swing and a miss. And that's out number 2.
Now batting number 11, Emerson Marion.
So with 2 outs here, we will see the center fielder, number 11 for the Porcupines, Emerson Munbaran. So that's a swing and a miss to record strike 1, 0-1 count. As that one's going to be a little inside to even up the count, 1-1. As that's another strike. Make it a 1-2 count for Emerson. So 1-2 count, 2 outs, no one on base. Here's the pitch. And that's a little high. Evens up the count now, 2-2. as that is fouled off into the netting. Still a 2-2 count here. Emerson staying alive here in the count. And here's the pitch. And it's a little outside, making it full count. So now we see a full count here with 2 outs. And here's the pitch to Emerson, as that's a little inside for a walk. So now the Porcupines have runners on first here with 2 outs. And the Marion Swamp Foxes have another meeting on the mound here at the bottom of the 8th with 2 outs. And Cameron Farrell up to bat. So if you're just joining into the broadcast, the Marion Swamp Foxes have the lead right now, 5-4, in the bottom of the 8th. Here with 2 outs. After that meeting on the mound, we will resume play here shortly. And after that meeting on the mound, now we see number 8, the shortstop, Cameron Farrell, step up to the plate for the Porcupines. As that one is thrown back to first. As Emerson has a pretty good lead out in first right now. And here's the pitch to Cameron. Shows bunt, thrown to second. As that is going to be out, caught stealing. So that is the 3rd out. And now with a 5-4 lead for the Marion Swamp Foxes, we will see them come up to the plate here in the top of the 9th. We will see you then. Welcome back to the broadcast. New pitcher on the mound for the Pineville Porcupines. We see number 28, Nathaniel Volk. And now batting for the Swamp Foxes, we see number 27, Jacob Peeler. Substitution for the Swamp Foxes, as that is a 0-1 count. And that one is fouled off behind us, making it an 0-2 count here early. As that hits the catcher on the helmet. Still making it a. Yeah. And that is strike 3 called. Making it out number 1 here in the top of the 9th. So now we see the left fielder, number 9, Scott Artzer. So with 1 out, no one on base, Scott comes up to the plate. As that is strike number 2, making it an 0-2 count here. And swing and a miss. Strike number 3. Out number 2 here.
Now batting number 29, Mitch Green.
So now here with 2 outs, we see the first baseman, number 29, Mitch Green, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. As that ball is high, making it a 1-0 count here early. And that ball is fouled off behind us. Even count, 1-1. As that one is a little low, making it a 2-1 count now. And that is down the middle, but called a ball. 3-1 count now. And that ball is fouled off behind us, making it a full count here with 2 outs. As Nathaniel hopes to send this in the bottom of the 9th. And that ball is absolutely hammered into left. And that will be a solo shot home run by number 29, Mitch Green, for the Swamp Foxes, as that extends their lead 6-4.
Now batting number 21, TJ Alvey.
So now we see number 21, Taylor Alvey, step up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. And that is a 1-0 count. As that's in for a strike, making it even count 1-1. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Now a 1-2 count here with 2 outs. No one on base. As the ump calls time here. And now Taylor steps back up to the plate with a 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. And that's going to be a little high. Making it even count now, 2-2. 2 outs, hoping to get out of this. As that is skied high. And the pitcher will call that one to make out number 3 here. To send this into the bottom of the 9th. The Swamp Fox is up 6. Your Porcupines 4. We'll see you in the bottom of the 9th as the Porcupines try to walk it off. We'll see you then. Welcome back here to the bottom of the 9th here at Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. As we see the top of the order, we see the shortstop, number 8, Cameron Farrell, step up to the plate. As there's a little meeting at the mound right now. So if you're just joining into the broadcast, the Swamp Foxes have the lead right now, 6-4 over the Pineville Porcupines. As Cameron Farrell and the Porcupines step up to the plate, hoping they can extend this lead and walk it off here in the bottom of the 9th. As that's in for strike 1, making it an early 0-1 count. As that is hit hard but caught by the second baseman to record out number 1.
Now batting number 27, Lucas Martino.
So now here with 1 out, we see the right fielder, number 27, Lucas Martino, step up to the plate for the Porcupines. As that goes by for strike number 1, making it an early 0-1 count. As that ball is hit hard to left, but it's going to be caught for out number 2 here.
Now batting number 21, Jackson Hughes.
So with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 9th, we now see catcher number 21, Jackson Hughes, step up to the plate. As that ball is high for ball one, making it a 1-0 count. As that's another inside for a 2-0 count here. Two-0 count, 2 outs. The pitch to Jackson. At strike number 1, so we see a 2-1 count here. As that is going to be a ball. So now we see a 3-1 count with 2 outs. As Jackson steps back up to the plate. Here's the pitch. That ball is hit hard and bounced past the first baseman for a hit to put Porcupine on first base. So we have a runner on first now. So with 2 outs here, we see a runner on first for the Porcupines. And now we see first baseman number 31, Ethan McLean, step up to the plate. As that is strike number 1 called, making it an 0-1 count. As that is a little high to even up the count, 1-1. So 1-1 count, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. As that is strike number 2, making it a 1-2 count. One and 2 count. Here's the pitch to Ethan. And it hits him. So now that puts runners on first and second here with 2 outs. So now here late, 2 outs. We see runners on first and second for the Pineville Porcupines.
New runner for the Porcupines, number 25, Nate Firstman.
So Nate Firstman is the pinch runner on first right now. As the Swamp Foxes have another meeting at the mound. Here with 2 outs and runners on first and second. If you're just tuning into the broadcast, the Marion Swamp Foxes have the lead right now, 6-4 over the Pineville Porcupines.
Now batting number 34, Chris Manriquez.
So now we have third baseman number 34, Chris Manriquez, step up to the plate. As that ball is fouled off, making it a 0-1 count here. Oh, 1 count, 2 outs, runners on first and second for the Pineville Porcupines. as that is a little inside for ball one, evening up the count 1-1. As that ball is cranked into left. And that will load the bases for the Pineville Porcupines.
Number 24, Lewis Alilo.
So with the bases loaded and 2 outs, we see the second baseman, number 24, Luis Palillo. As that is called strike one, making it a 0-1 count here. So 0-1 count, 2 outs, bases loaded. Here's the pitch. And that's going to be a little high, evening up the count 1-1. So 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. And that is fouled off into the netting. So now that makes it a 1-2 count here with 2 outs. Can the Porcupines walk it off here? And that is a swing and a miss, but it's in the dirt. And that is going to score in a run, maybe 2. Sliding in. Scores in 2, thrown to the third. And he is in safe. So the Porcupines come back to tie up this ball game 6-6 here in the bottom of the ninth. Ball went into the dirt, thrown to first, went by him, and that just rounded the Porcupines in to tie it up here in the bottom of the ninth, 6-6. We have ourselves a ball game here in Pineville, North Carolina. So now with all that excitement, we see number 35, Calder Garris, step up to the plate with runners in the corner on first and third. As that is fouled off into the netting. So with the score tied 6-6 now, will we see here a walk-off here in the bottom of the ninth? As that ball is also fouled off, making it a 0-2 count. So with runners on the corners, we see an 0-2 count, 2 outs here in the bottom of the ninth. As that pitch is a little low, making it a 1-2 count now. As that ball is hit high to center and caught. So with the Porcupines with some excitement here in the bottom of the ninth, tie it up 6-6. And with that, that is the third out. So we will see you in extra innings now with the Swamp Foxes up to bat first. We'll see you in the 10th. Welcome back here to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park, as this game is going into extra innings, as it is tied at 6-6. We will see the shortstop number 17, Brooks Morrow, step up to the plate first for the Marion Swamp Foxes.
She gave you popcorn. That's very nice of her.
And that one goes into the dirt, making it a 1-0 count here early. And that ball is fouled out, evening up the count 1-1. As that one is low and into the dirt, making it a 2-1 count here. And that is in for a strike, evening up the count 2-2 here to Brooks. As that one is a little high, making it a full count here with no outs. And that is fouled off into the netting behind us to stay alive in the count. So full count here now to Brooks. And here's the pitch. As that is high and walked him. So now the Swamp Foxes have a runner on base, a runner on first. So no outs, a runner on first. Now we see a substitution for the Swamp Foxes. We see number 23, Solomon Jinks, step up to the plate. As that ball is high for ball number 1, making it a 1-0 count here early. As they throw it back to first, but he is back there safely. And that is a swing and a miss to even up the count 1-1. As that one is fouled off into the netting behind us. And it is now a 1-2 count. As that was called a balk. So now runner is in scoring position. They have a runner on second. As that is a fouled off. Now a 1-2 count. As that is down and into the dirt, and that advances the runner. So now with a 2-2 count, no outs, the runner advances to third. As Solomon steps back up to the plate. And that is called a little high, making it full count here for Solomon. And that's strike 3 called, making it the first out here tonight. So that's out number 1 here in the top of the 10th. And if you're just joining us here in the broadcast, it is a 6-6 game here in extra innings at the top of the 10th. As we see Gerald DeBalco step up to the plate. And that is hit to right but foul. So 0-1 count here to Gerald. 1 out. Runner on third. The 0-1 counts. And here's the pitch. As that is fouled off into the netting. So 0-2 count here. As that is a little inside, making it a 1-2 count now. And that one is in the dirt, evening up the count at 2-2. 2-2 count. Here's the pitch. And that is a little inside. And now it is a full count here. As that is a swing and a miss for strike number 3, out number 2. Now we see number 14 for the Swamp Foxes step up to the plate. So 2 outs here, runner on third, 1-0 count. There's the pitch. Skied to center. As that is caught to make it 3 outs. So the score is still 6-6 here, as we will see you in the bottom of the 10th. See you next. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park with a 6-6 game here in the bottom of the 10th. We now see number 23, Nick Curtis, up to bat for the Pineville Porcupines. as he shows bunt, and that is strike one. 0-1 count here early. As that is a little outside to even up the count, 1-1. 1-1 count. Here's the pitch. And it's a swing and a miss to make it a 1-2 count here. And that's a swing and a miss for out number one.
Now batting number 11, Emerson Marion.
So now we see center fielder number 11, Emerson Munbaron, up to bat now. As that is by for ball one, so 1-0 count here. And that is called strike to even up the count, 1-1. One and one count, one out, no one on. Pitches in for strike two, making it a 1-2 count. A 1-2 count. Here's the pitch. And it's a swing and a miss to record out number two here. So with 2 outs, no one on base, we now see the shortstop number 8, Cameron Farrell, step up to the plate for the Porcupines. As that is strike number one, making it a 0-1 count. As that is fouled off behind us, making it a 0-2 count. So 0-2 count, 2 outs here. The pitch to Cameron. That's hit hard to first. Toss back to the pitcher for out number 3. So with a tied game 6-6, we will see you in the top of the 11th when the Marion Swamp Foxes come back to the plate. We'll see you in extras. We'll see you next. So, welcome back here to the broadcast. We now see number 5, right fielder Noah Brewer up to bat for the Swamp Foxes. It's a 2-1 count here right now. As that is a little inside. We got a 3-1 count now. As that ball is fouled off. So now it's a full count here. As that ball is fouled off. As Noah is staying alive here in this count. So the ball's fouled off again. So 3-2 count. Here's the pitch. As that is called strike 3 to record out number 1 here in the top of the 11th. So now we see number 27 step up for the Swamp Foxes. Takes an early 0-1. That ball is hit to short and thrown to first. Record out number 2 here. So good play by the shortstop, number 8, Cameron Farrell, to make the easy play for out number 2. And now we see the left fielder, number 9, Scott Artzer. As that was a little inside for ball 1, 1-0 count. As that ball is hit hard down the left field line, that's going to be a base hit. And that's a sliding double. So with 2 outs here, the top of the 11th, the Marion Swamp Foxes now have a runner in scoring position, guy on second. And now we see the first baseman, number 29, Mitch Green, step up to the plate. With 2 outs here, runner on second. As that is fouled off into the netting. 0-1 count. So that ball is going to be a little low to even up the count 1-1 here. So 1-1 count here. Here's the pitch. As that ball is hit hard into center, but is caught to record out number 3. Game is still tied 6-6. We will see you in the bottom of the 11th when the Porcupines take the plate. We'll see you then. Welcome back to the broadcast. We see number 27, Lucas Martino, step up to the plate for the Porcupines here. Hoping to walk it off here. So now we see a 1-0 count here. If you're just joining into the broadcast, it is a 6-6 game here in the bottom of the 11th. So we get to see some extra baseball here tonight here in Pineville, North Carolina, as it is a 2-0 count here to Lucas. There's the pitch. So now it is a 2-1 count now. With no outs, Porcupines hoping to walk it off here in the bottom of the 11th. Here's the pitch. As that is a little low, making it a 3-1 count to Lucas. As that ball is hit down to first and tossed back to the pitcher to record out number 1 here.
Now batting number 21, Jackson Hughes.
So with 1 out here, we now see the catcher number 21, Jackson Hughes, step up to the plate. As that is a little low for a 1-0 count now. So now it makes it a 2-0 count here with 1 out, no one on here in the bottom of the 11th. As that ball is skied high back to the first baseman. And that is going to be caught to record out number 2 here.
Now batting number 25, Nate Persman.
So with 2 outs here, no one on, we now see number 25 for the Porcupines, Nate Firstman, steps up to the plate. As that is hit to center, and that is going to be caught for out number 3. So it is still a 6-6 game here. We will see you in the top of the 12th inning here for some extra baseball here in Pineville. We'll see you next. Welcome back to Jack D. Hughes Memorial Park. We see a new pitcher on the mound for the Pineville Porcupines. We see number 37, Noah Emig. And we see number 21, Taylor Alvey, up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes as he takes strike one. So early 0-1 count here. As that is hit back up to middle to second. And he will throw it first to record out number one here.
You're gonna find like 8 skeletons up here in 150 years. Now batting number 17, Brooks Morrow.
So now we see number 17, Brooks Morrow, up to the plate for the Swamp Foxes. So one out, no one on base. Here's the pitch. And that ball is hit foul down the left field line. As that is a little low. To even up the count, 1-1 here. And Brooks fouls it off, making it a 1-2 count here. So 1-2 count, one out. Here's the pitch. And it's going to be a little low to even up the count, 2-2. And if you're just joining into the broadcast, it is a tie ball game, 6-6 here in the top of the 12th inning. As that ball is hit and fair into the right field. As that will put runners on for the Swamp Foxes. So runner on first here with one out.
Who's the best Jinx?
Solomon.
Solomon. Solomon Jinx. Now batting number 23, Solomon Jinx.
So now we see number 23, Solomon Jinx, step up to the plate here. With one out, one runner on first. As he throws it back and checks him at first. But he is back there safely. So here's the pitch to Solomon. That's a little low. 1-0 count here. As that is called a strike to even up the count, 1-1. As that is hit to second. Going for the double play. Got one. Got two. Porcupines get the double play there to end the inning. So it is still 6-6 here in the bottom of the 12th inning. Get some extra baseball here in Pineville as the Porcupines step back up to the plate here in the extras. We will see you next. So, welcome back to the broadcast. As we see a pitching change for the Swamp Foxes, we see number 12, Lighton Bost Jr. And we see number 34, Chris Manriquez, step up to the plate as he swings and a miss to make it a 0-1 count. So that's a little outside to even up the count 1-1. As that one is hit deep to center, but that will be caught on the warning track for out number 1. So with 1 out here, we see the second baseman, number 24, Louis Palillo. So swing and a miss. Make strike number 1. So early 0-1 count here. And it's another swing and a miss for an 0-2 count here. So 0-2 counts. As that is strike 3 to make it 2 outs here. In the bottom of the 12th inning, if you're just joining into the broadcast, it is a 6-6 game in the bottom of the 12th. So now we see number 35, Calder Garris, step up to the plate with 2 outs. So that is strike number 1 to make it an 0-1 count. As that is fouled off behind us. Make it a 0-2 count now with 2 outs. As that is outside to now make it a 1-2 count here with 2 outs. Hoping to walk it off here in the bottom of the 12th. As that ball's a little high to even up the count 2-2. As that is hit hard but fouled. So 2-2 count here. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 12th. And here's the pitch. As that is strike 3 called. And we still have a 6-6 game here.
I'm good in that music. Shit, I'll call it for you, Connor.
So with a 6-6 game here, going into the 13th, the top of the 13th. We have the 2 managers meet out behind home plate to discuss some things.
Just call it. Wasn't Eric looking at it? Yeah, I'm waiting until you. No, they're taking their shit off.
So we will see you next. So with a 6-6 game going into the 13th inning, they would have to call this game now and resume.